Thank you.
Yes.
Minister for Agriculture, Climate Change and Environment, Mr. Flavien Joubert, Chief Executive Officers, Principal Secretary for Educational Services, Mrs. Menaï Lantin, Deputy CEO, Director Generals, senior government and non-government officials, teachers, students, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to our second national conference on education for sustainable development under the theme Sustainable Futures, Transforming Communities Through Education for Sustainable Development. La conférence d'aujourd'hui fait suite à la première conférence sur l'éducation pour le développement soutenable qui a eu lieu en août 2016, ici même dans les locaux de l'Université de Seychelles. Organisé conjointement par Environmental Education Association of Seychelles, le ministère de l'Éducation et le ministère de l'Agriculture, Changement climatique et de l'Environnement avec le soutien financier de GEF Small Grants Program. This conference forms part of our 5-year action plan of the National Technical Working Group on Education for Sustainable Development. The latter was created in 2021 by the Ministry of Education as a response to the recommendation of UNESCO's World Conference on Education for Sustainable Development held in Germany in May 2021. Most presenters today are people who are members of the National Technical Working Group and that will later be presenting activities, projects, and programs being implemented in the context of education for sustainable development in their respective organizations. We would like to inform you that alongside the conference, there is an exhibition taking place outside in the veranda of Theatre 1, and people are welcome to visit the stalls and interact with the different organizations present here today, showcasing their ESD activities. Also, we have the health screening being organized by the Health Promotion Section from the Ministry of Education, promoting healthy lifestyles, and this is taking place in the student lounge just outside in the lobby on your right hand. To kick off this morning's conference, I welcome on stage a young artist, Romel. Romel was a former student in one of our top eco schools, which is the Montfleury Secondary School. And Romel, I would like to invite you on stage.
Yes, bonjour. Partout que nous allons, nous besoin pour nos responsabilités, l'environnement nous besoin préserver. Beaucoup nous pas réaliser, pollution peut augmenter, l'eau nous pays peut faire grand l'effet. Pli aller quelque chose y vient, pli dit, animaux plantes peut grand y détruire. Tous les soirs, la télévision, message y passe. Quand même nous gagnons mobiliser, mais nous pas attendre. Dis-moi qu'il faut des faits pour nous réaliser, qui nous l'environnement besoin grand hypothèse. Pour nos enfants demain, avant qu'ils s'allent mon trouve son la fin. Zen ensemble avec moi, en nous sent ça son son, vini donner coup de main. Nous l'environnement y prêcher, en nous quitte l'isoler, en nous préserver. La beauté nous illicite en merveille. Nous l'environnement nous baiser protéger. Nous l'environnement y prêcher, en nous quitte l'isoler, en nous préserver. La beauté nous illicite en merveille. Nous l'environnement nous baiser protéger. Beaucoup maladies, pollution, y emmène pour nous. Tout de bonne lance, saleté accumulée partout. Quelque chose de chanceux supposé pour recycler. Dans pas mettre au bord, nous chica pas renouveler. Les touristes pour venir visiter. Ou à nos pays moyens détériorés. Est-ce qu'ils sont même qu'ils sont respectés? Faire réputation nos pays débalancés. Yeah. Mettre l'esprit ensemble pour nous bouger en avant. Créer l'environnement qui plie élégant. Nous ne paraît pour nous faire ça part. Nous tous ensemble sentons c'est la voix. Nous l'environnement y prêcher. En nous quitte l'isoler, en nous préserver. La beauté nous illicite en merveille. Nous l'environnement nous baiser protéger. Nous l'environnement y prêcher. En nous quitte l'isoler, en nous préserver. La beauté nous illicite en merveille. Nous l'environnement nous baiser protéger. Yes, merci.
Thank you, Romel, for your wonderful song. I now have the pleasure to invite the Principal Secretary for Education Services, Mrs. Menaï Lantin, for her opening speech.
Minister Joubert, Chief Executive Officers, Deputy CEOs, senior government and non-government officials, invited guests, members of the organizing committee, ladies and gentlemen, dear teachers, dear students, members of the press, a blessed good morning to you all. It is an honor to say a few words on behalf of the Minister for Education for the National Conference on Education for Sustainable Development. Education for Sustainable Development, or ESD for short, is a lifelong learning process and an integral part of quality education. It enhances the cognitive, social, emotional, and behavioral dimensions of learning and encompasses learning content and outcomes. ESD gives learners of all ages the knowledge, skills, and values to address interconnected global changes, including climate change, loss of biodiversity, unsustainable use of resources, and inequality. It empowers learners to make informed decisions and take individual and collective action to change society and care for our planet. Further to the recommendations of the World Conference on Education for Sustainable Development, organized by UNESCO in Germany in May 2021, a national technical working group on education for sustainable development was set up in 2021 by the Ministry of Education. This technical working group was tasked with carrying out activities at the national level to implement the UNESCO for 2030 roadmap. The ESD for 2030 is a global framework to achieve the 17 SDGs through education for sustainable development. The framework has 5 key action areas, namely advancing policy, transforming learning environments, building capacity of educators, empowering and mobilizing the youth, and taking action in the community. The National Technical Working Group is supposed to draft a 5-year action plan to implement the UNESCO ESD for 2030 framework in Seychelles. A situational analysis was commissioned to evaluate what is being done in Seychelles in relation to this ESD framework. The study found that Seychelles is already actively involved in the 5 action areas of this framework. For instance, in terms of advancing policy, ESD has been integrated in the National Development Strategy for 2019 to 2023, as well as in the Seychelles National Climate Change Policy 2020. To transform the learning environment, there has been initiatives to integrate ESD themes in the curricula, and there has been ESD projects like rainwater harvesting and the well-known Eco-School program being run in all our primary and secondary schools, managed by the ESD section at the Ministry of Education. The latter has also sought to build the capacity of educators through the development of modules for teacher training and partnering with NGOs. At tertiary level, the University of Seychelles offers a BSc in Environmental Science to interested candidates. At the level of the civil society, the work of many NGOs actively involved in sustainability initiatives receive much publicity. To empower the youth, several youth-led organizations have been actively engaged in ESD initiatives through platforms like the Seychelles National Youth Assembly. For their part, the Ministry of Agriculture, Climate Change and Environment collaborates with local partners to introduce innovative initiatives and ESD programs like organizing national competitions on home gardens and Christmas decorations using recyclable materials. For its part, the Ministry of Local Government and Community Affairs encourages districts to implement ESD activities. However, multiple gaps and challenges does exist. Stakeholders have highlighted that current initiatives can serve as a springboard to advance ESD in the 5 priority action areas in order to be more strategic, aligned with the ESD for 2030 framework and the SDGs. To also improve engagement and coordination of activities with the key stakeholders working on ESD, various government and civil society organizations have been actively involved. The study has recommended under advancing policy the need to have an advanced ESD policy and strategy to guide the work on ESD at national level. A consultant, as we speak, is currently being sought for the development of an ESD policy. So far, some sensitization workshops have been organized in March 2024 for the 5 targeted groups. The first workshop was dedicated to educators, the second one for the youth, the third one for district administrators, the fourth one was for the heads of educational institutions, and the last one for policymakers. This is the second National ESD Conference. The first one was organized in August 2016 by the Environmental Education Association of Seychelles with financial support from GEF Small Grants Program, as well as support from the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Environment, Energy and Climate Change at the time, and the other key partners and stakeholders. Today's national conference is a great milestone with a unique approach as we strive to raise awareness to all ministries, departments, organizations about the importance of ESD. The theme for this year is Sustainable Futures, Transforming Communities through Education for Sustainable Development. The main aim of today's conference is to enhance awareness on stakeholder engagement in ESD and encourage sustainable lifestyles. The ESD conference has been organized by the National Technical Working Group of ESD with the financial support from the Environment Trust Fund, University of Seychelles, and the Small Grants Program. It upholds a unique concept since it does not involve only presentations, as we are used to seeing, but presents different forms of engaging activities to make it an impactful and memorable event. It will have hands-on experiment promoting critical thinking and problem-solving skills, exhibitions to showcase ESD themes and indigenous knowledge, fostering an appreciation for the environment. Today's ESD conference has incorporated a health component promoting healthy eating and sustainable lifestyle, an aspect of sustainability that is often overlooked. The free health screening celebrates the World Hypertension Day, which falls on 17th of May. So I call upon every one of you to pass by the Students' Lounge to visit the health section of the conference. We certainly cannot let our guard down with our health nowadays. The last activity of today's conference is the beach cleanup. It upholds an intergenerational concept that fosters respect, equity, and community engagement. It demonstrates that together we walk the talk, that no matter your position or beliefs, we must all take action to achieve the sustainable future Seychelles aspire for. I would like to extend my deepest and sincere appreciation to the National Technical Working Group on ESD for carrying out the meticulous task of organizing today's conference. A special thank you goes to the education team for their continuous engagement in promoting ESD and working devotedly to see today's conference materialize. I also wish to salute and thank the Ministry of Agriculture through their minister, the Ministry of Agriculture, Climate Change and Environment, for your continued support, and the University of Seychelles for assistance to coordinate this conference. To all the government and non-government organizations present today, I wish to salute and thank your hard work, and thank you for continuously supporting us to achieve SDG Goal 4, quality, and that is quality education. Let us ponder on this message this morning. The only way to achieve sustainable development is through effective and collective action. Let us never forget that we are custodians of this planet, and we must protect and preserve it at all cost. On this note, I would like to officially declare today's ESD conference open and wish you all a productive and a blessed day. I thank you for your undivided attention.
That was a beautiful speech. Thank you very much, PS, for setting the tone for this morning's conference. I now have the pleasure to invite Ms. Lindina Isak, Senior Education Officer for Education for Sustainable Development from the Ministry of Education, for her presentation.
Minister Joubert, Principal Secretary, Ms. Manaï Latin, CEO, Mr. Ronnie Anta, CEO, Mr. Chenemeli, Deputy CEO for SIF, and executive members of the Ministry of Education, other senior government officials, teachers, students, invited guests, good morning to you all. It is with great pleasure that today I stand before you to present about ESD, a passion of many of us, and we are happy, I am happy to see the massive turnout of many of you to support this initiative. So I will start off with my presentation. So my name is Ms. Lindina Isak, and I'm the Senior Education Officer, also the ESD National Focal Point for the Education for Sustainable Development at the Ministry of Education. So to start off with, I have a small video.
Is education for sustainable development? How do we want to live in the future? What and how do we need to learn to make that future possible? Education for sustainable development. For sustainable development at www.on.unesco.org/ESD and www.bne-portal.de/EN.
So I would like also to mention that today we are live stream on YouTube channel. Okay, so we have Toolbox with us, and I'm currently following a course online with the University of Manchester, and the students from many parts of the world, we have from Malaysia, we have from China, we have from South Africa. They are really amazed by the work of Seychelles. And they say the work that we are doing, it's not the same as theirs. There's a lot of support. So they have asked me if they could follow today's conference, for them also to learn a little bit how we do our work here and take the examples for their country. So they are following us today via YouTube, and then we will also give out the link. We will share the link to you all because we have your email address. So as much as possible, please share the link to the others so that they learn about ESD and the work of our government and non-government organizations. The more awareness we can spread, the better. So the mandate of our sections, which is the Education for Sustainable Development section, is to ensure the effective coordination of the planning, development, delivery, and evaluation of ESD-related programs, projects, activities, and services across all educational institutions in Seychelles through the implementation of national and international strategies and framework on ESD. We also lead the development, implementation, review, and updating of ESD-related processes, policies, strategies, and plans within the ministry with support from key external contacts. I will continue with activities. There's so much activities and limited time, so I will ponder on some of the main activities that we conduct every year. And we have the two main eco-school, the two top eco-school outside, so you can learn more about the eco-school through them. So one of the activities that we conduct every year is the Katie Beaver Memorial Lecture. So this year it will be the third one. So we do it every year, and it was an initiative of the Minister for Education, Dr. Justin Valentin. The objectives of this activity is to inspire young Seychellois into environment conversations, and also make known and publicize the work of young local environment scientists and educators, and honor the work of Katie Beaver, whose work has been widely used by environment students in the Seychelles. And also, we are going to organize it again during the Week of the Environment this year. So it is organized during this period of time to commemorate Environment Day. So here is a little picture showing, you will see Dr. Annabelle from SIF presenting her thesis, and also Mrs. Mariette Jean, who also presented her. And we gave her a trophy. I don't know if you know in the room, if you can recognize what the trophy is showing. Do you know? Students, do you know what this is? What is this plant? It's Fusecati, okay? So after Katie Beaver. So this is why we gave it as a memorial trophy to all our presenters. So specially designed. So the next one is the Seychelles Ocean Festival. This is organized every year by the Ministry of Tourism and other stakeholders. But from Ministry of Education, we do organize competitions. And this is for primary, secondary, and professional centers. And the competition is for short story, poem, and graphic. We do it also, we do a prize-giving ceremony at the end. So the importance of it is to promote the importance of the ocean and its marine species. And the theme of last year was Our Ocean, Your Home, Our Livelihoods. So for last year, it was very impactful. I don't know if many of you got a chance to go to Coral Strand and visit the fair. It had different components in it. So as much as possible, we tend to do engaging activities. So we had a walk, okay, awareness walk on the beach to sensitize the tourists, anybody on the beach, about the danger of plastic, the danger of littering on the beach. So there was a shout out by the students and all those that were there. There was exhibition of the work of the students, those that came out first, second, and third. So you see one of the students standing beside her artwork there. And we had Pareo, very active organizations who came all the way from Prague during their exhibition. And we also have so it's on my right, all the winners in a photo. So the third one is the Daywash educational trip. The first one was in 2017, and we did the second one this year, and we are happy that IDC has agreed to award our students and teachers this prize. So it was held on 22nd to 25th April, and usually it's schools that does not get a chance to go to Aldebra. So third place and fourth place winners, they do get the chance to go to Dewash. And it's for those that's been there, I know it's an amazing opportunity that many of us do not get the chance. So we had 6 children going. So we had 3 from primary, 3 from secondary, and we usually have 2 teachers. But this time we have one IDC staff, Miss Sharon, who also went with the team, and she is very active on the field. So she was doing activities throughout with the students, which was very good. So the main aim is to develop appreciation for the conservation work and sustainable practices on the Dewash Island, and there's good partnership with ICS on this, and also good partnership with IDC and the Four Seasons Hotel. So you see pictures there showing some of the hands-on activities that is organized, but something I want to point out also is that we also have the cultural activity, so promoting our traditional, a bit about our traditions. So we have this part also, because we need to engage everything together for the development of the whole person. So the next one is the Silhouette educational trip. Now we have 2 trips which is held every year, and it is again sponsored by the Island Development Company, the IDC, and it is 1 trip for primary, 1 trip for secondary. So usually those that do not get a chance to go to Aldebra or Dewash, but they are on level 2 of the Eco School program, they will get a chance for them to go to Silhouette. So we had a trip from 9 to 11th April last year, and then we had one from 16 to 18 April. So usually we have 9 students and 3 of our teachers going. So the aim is to develop appreciation for the conservation work and sustainable practices on the Silhouette Island. So again, we have very good partnership from the Island Conservation Society, ICS, we have IDC and La Bouille Silhouette. The next one is the Trust for Sustainable Living. This is an international competition which is held every year. So schools participate in the International Essay, which has an environmental theme, and then it is judged by the international judges from TSL, where you have the finalists from each country invited to participate in an international debate. So for last year, the theme was from eco-anxiety to eco-action and empowerment. So we have 2 primary students and 2 secondary students every year participating. And this is a very good activity because they engage with other countries, learning from other countries what is happening in their countries, and share their challenges together. And they come up with a video, very nice video about the team to present. And there's a very hectic debate at times when they participate. For the next one, this is the famous Eco School Award. So we do have the Eco School program, which is a whole school approach to integrate sustainability in the daily operations of schools. And it started in 1993. And it is one of the most endured programs of the Ministry of Education with the support of the Ministry of Agriculture, Climate Change and Environment. And it is Seychelles, everywhere we go, people comment on this program and they say it's one of the most fantastic one because we have support from government and non-government organizations, which is usually not the case for these countries. So all state schools, it's compulsory for them to implement this program, and we had the private school join since 2019. So most private school, I would say 3/4 of the private school have joined the program. And we have eco-school leaders in all of those schools, and we have all of those schools implementing the eco-school program. So this is the 2 top one. We have the secondary school, Montfleury, and then the primary school, Beauvalon, who will be outside showcasing their work to you, to also show you why they were chosen for this award. So I know they will showcase the best of the Eco School program. So partners and stakeholders engagement, it is very important for any programs, any initiative, any activities to have support from the partners and stakeholders. And this is something that I've seen we have a lot of, especially in the field of environment and sustainability. So we do have a lot of competitions and activities which are organized either by government or non-government organizations. We have the famous Davos competition, which is from the Save Our Seas Foundation, and every year we have students and teachers going for Davos. We got the chance to send our school psychologist with them because there is an aspect also on psychology that we wanted to address. So it's a fantastic opportunity, and it's not easy to get to Davos. So it has to be through SOSF, the Save Our Seas Foundation. So we had a group also that went during the holidays of April to May. So usually they go during this time. We also have the SEEDS competition. I know Michelle will talk about it. Exhibitions and fieldwork organized by our partners. We also have the Females Rainwater Harvesting Project. We have the Garden Project. We have one of the current project, which is developing an educational toolkit. We have one project going on for mainstreaming climate change education. We have the Sand Watch and Island Watch. So Sand Watch is from the IOC and Island Watch from UNESCO. We also have ASP.NET Schools and Eco School projects, which is conducted by the specific eco schools in their current schools. And we have Pareo. We are also engaged with the different stakeholders on policy development, which is related to sustainability education. There is a lot also on capacity building and training by national stakeholders and international stakeholders. So there's a lot of work which is being done, a lot of partnership, a lot of support, and this is why we continue to thrive in ESD. So with this, I come to the end of my presentation. I have a quote up for you to read. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lindina, for your presentation. I now have the pleasure to invite Ms. Jeanette Laou, Director General for Public Education and Outreach Division from the Ministry of Agriculture, Climate Change and Environment for her presentation. Ms. Jeanette is also focal point for ESD alongside Ms. Lindina.
Thank you very much, Alvaya. No. UNESCO. Minister, PS, CEOs, all invitees, welcome to, like Lindina have said, it's a great pleasure for us to be able to group so many people today, especially policymakers, decision makers in the room, to see how important environment education is. I think right at the beginning, I will make an observation. Lindina throughout has been stating about the ministry, support from the Ministry of Environment, of Agriculture, Climate Change and Environment. I think this is why eco-school or environment education it works in schools, works quite well. And I will request other ministries, for example, health, sports, if you want something to be sustainable, the Eco School has been there for 30 years. If you want it to be sustainable, please, you need to work alongside the Ministry of Education. You can't put a program in the school and expect the Ministry of Education to drive it on its own. They will always need the support of the partnering ministry or NGO or agency to help them. I think now tourism is doing quite well with the sustainable schools, tourism schools. So we hope that we continue to work with this partnership. Don't have glasses on, okay. Okay. So it's also a pleasure for me today to present the new vision before I start my presentation, and the new vision and mission of the ministry. Last week we launched our strategic plan, and we have the new vision that everybody in the ministry have helped to work on. So the vision now is short: a thriving, resilient environment driven by clean energy and sustainable local food system, ensuring prosperity for current and future generations. So perhaps you will see something new, food system in our vision, because now we have the Department of Agriculture with us. And for sure, when we say current and future generation, we all know that this is to respond to sustainable development. And also our new mission: ensure sustainable management of the environment, promote local food production and consumption, drive a low-carbon energy transition for the benefit of healthy ecosystem to strengthen resilience against climate change. Okay, and this is for our priority for the education division. Improve education and awareness program to increase community participation. We are making a lot of emphasis on community participation in environment, education activities, and maintain school environment education program focusing on waste management, sustainable agriculture, biodiversity, conservation, and climate change and energy. I need to follow up my glasses. Okay. So I will not talk much about the formal education system, which we work very closely with the Ministry of Education for the Eco School. So we have, the ministry assists a lot, the Ministry of Education, for funding, especially through for example, the Eco School is mainly sponsored by the Environment Trust Fund. We also support the implementation of Eco School through capacity building. So we join the Ministry of Education every time they go to school to do PD sessions, or we also organize, especially during the April holidays, we don't organize workshop and trainings for the teachers. It's not only, when I say it's not only for the teachers, but other staff, because Eco School, we need other staff also to take part. The ministry also sponsors specific main projects in school, like the rainwater harvesting. By last year, at the beginning of this year, we've managed that all schools in the country now have rainwater harvesting. It was a long process, and through the assistance of the Environment Trust Fund, UNEP, and lately Airtel, but we also have organizations like SIF who assisted us in ensuring that now all the schools have the rainwater harvesting system. We also have the SendWatch program, which is coordinated by our ministry, even if it's to do with school. And this is mainly to do with helping students at a very young age to take a scientific approach, collecting data, to do research, and to understand what's going on our coast, because there's a lot of changes on our coast. And we have primary schools, but it's mainly through secondary for the moment. But UNESCO have just come up with the Island Watch, because they started SendWatch. And now years later, about 15 years later, they want to change it to Island Watch, enlarge it a bit. And Seychelles has been chosen as the pilot country for Island Watch. But we're still in the process of establishing it. And it will not involve all the schools at present. We will continue with the SendWatch and try the pilot with only 5 schools to see how it works and see how we can transit. Because as a pilot, once the information from us come up, then they can implement it in other seeds. So what they find in Seychelles will be implemented in all the seeds. And this one, myself and Indina and Terry is coordinating it. So we have the school garden. We help in most of the schools, we have vegetable gardens nowadays. And then we have the snorkeling program, which has just launched in schools. It will become more or less like compulsory to learn how to snorkel. And this will be after, because all primary school have swimming sessions, so after the 9th session of the swimming will be dedicated to snorkeling. And the Ministry of Environment has provided all the masks, the snorkel. It took us some time, and we still have to, but it's still like a pilot for the first 2 years to see how we can improve on it. And then we have the waste management, where we have a few schools practicing how to sort out the waste. And for sure, the team days. So the team days, we have a list of environment team days, and each time we have those, we invite other NGOs, other agencies, and for sure, mostly every time the schools also get involved. For example, next week, there is quite a lot of activities for biodiversity, and the following 2 weeks after, there will be the World Environment Day. We have a lot of fairs nowadays. There's a lot of demand for it, exhibitions. We will be having one next week again. So all these are activities, because we've noticed that not many people watch television or on social media. So we need to go out. Instead of them coming to us, we go out. Sometimes we also do it in district. For example, last week we went around in all the regions, and we did see people coming to us with issues coming up in regards to environment and planning. So we also have different competitions. Like I said, we not only school, Lindina has talked about the school, but I will concentrate on those for the community. We have those competition, we make sure that it liaises with our UN Sustainable Development Goals. We have the famous sustainable home gardens, which I will talk a little bit afterwards. We've seen an increase this year. There's a remarkable increase in participation for this one. We have the Recycle Fair. The Recycle Fair is a sort of, it starts with a competition where the public will try to, because we also want them to promote small businesses. For example, in 2003, when we did the exhibition, one of the lady came back to us and told us that I'm so busy now. She was doing packaging, how to wrap presents in sustainable way. And this has turned into a small business for her. The same thing happened last year. We tried to contact the person who won a prize in the competition for him to prepare some award. He was so busy during the Christmas time because people came to the fair and saw the products, and they are trying to make him do the products, buy products from him, the recycled products for Christmas gifts. So we see that there is some positive outcomes from those fairs. And then you have the famous Christmas decoration, because we want the community to participate. And as for sure, we work annually. We work with SBC, we work with the nation and all those outlets for us to, media houses, to improve programs on, because SBC, they do know, but they need us for the content, to help us with the content, so they come to us. So all that we do is in regards to the Sustainable Development Goals. Perhaps some of you might not know, if you have a Samsung phone, if you open your Samsung, on the first one, you see the small picture up there at the beginning. It's installed already free on Samsung, all Samsung phones. If you tap on it, it will give you details of all the UN Sustainable Goals. It will give you data, information, facts, research done, activities you can do. So many people are not aware that our phone can provide us with everything that we need under UN Sustainable Goals. It's there, perhaps we ignore it. So this is why usually when I go to workshop or training, I will tell the teachers or the people to try this out, because they will give you so many ideas on how to go about it. So I will talk a little bit about more on the one which is doing more, which is more popular nowadays, is the Sustainable Home Garden. As you see, it's not a home garden, just a garden. It's a sustainable home garden. okay? So as you see the criteria, the sustainability is key, is the main issue, is the main criteria, all right? So when you're doing you enter in the competition, you have to show that you're doing rainwater harvesting, or other means of water conservation. Like, for example, you collect your wastewater and use it in your garden. You must have a compost, otherwise you can't qualify for the competition. You must show us what kind of fertilizers you use, environmentally friendly one. And you need to have, even if you have a balcony, you need to show us that you have a small, like chilies, même pied bread, and other things. You need to show us that if you have a garden, you need to have fruits in it, not only flowers. You also have, so if you don't have fruits in your garden, if you don't put it, you will be disqualified. So you need to go to Swallow or watch on social media when they are selling plants. You need to buy it and bring it to your garden. You also need to have recycled materials. You can buy so many flower pots, beautiful ones, I will say, which is imported and costs about 1,500 rupees one, and you think that this will give you more marks. No, it's the recycled ones which will give you more points. And you need to show us that you have environmentally friendly pesticides in your garden. If you are using other pesticides which can harm insects, for example, if we come to your garden, you will see spiders, definitely you get extra point, because this shows clearly that you have not used dangerous pesticides. So when we come to your garden, they will look at the quality of plants. It's not done by me, I dare to coordinate, but we have expert technical people doing that. Perhaps you think that Ms. Janet will do that, no? It's well maintained, it's correct pruning, okay, it's pest-free. We also look at the diversity of plants, so how it looks, the colors, the range of plants, how it complements each other, its creativity, design, arrangement, so a bit of landscaping. And the last one is very important, the socializing part. Some of you who are as old as me, I'm not too old, I'm not 60 yet, nearly. You remember in the past days, your parents have just bought a sofa set and put in the sitting room. You are not allowed to use that sitting room. You wait until visitors come in the home. At the beginning, we noticed that when we were doing the garden. This is only a display. So this criteria came in that they have to show us that they use the garden. They need to socialize. They need to have barbecues, have a little breakfast sometimes. So this is a very important criteria, that they need to take pictures and show the judges when they come in. And they also need to show us that they are encouraging wildlife. Like we say, if we're using harmful pesticide, you don't have wildlife. So you need to show us. And if you have invasive plants, you will definitely lose marks, or you need to remove it completely. So how do we go about it? We have those categories. Then we register. It's almost one whole year of work for us. They will register. And in April, we got those technical people, mainly they are part of the judging team. They will go and visit all those gardens who have entered the competition. So when they visit it, they will advise those of you, you're missing on that. And you need to put in rainwater harvesting, where to go. You need endemic plants or native plants, where to go. We give them the contact of the Biodiversity Center, for example. So there is, throughout the year, a means of communication between one of us. We have one of our staff, Mr. Clarice, who is dedicated for that, and they will call him throughout the year. But sometimes, in July, for example, the new ones which we see that we will need to follow up on them. We do not follow up on all of them during July, but we go back in July and see how far they've gone and what help they will need before we come to them in September for the judging. So we judge, and in December, they will get the prize. October, now we've moved it to World Food Week. We usually had it in September. Now we will move it together with World Food Week. For example, at the top there, you will see the judges going in. This is not for judging, but to advise them at the beginning. Then you will see how they use the recycle, and then the native plants inside. So as much as possible, they need to use local products. So what we'll also notice with this project, there are now people who are just started the garden, they've built new homes, they enter the competition not to win the prizes, but for us to advise them how to go forward. We've also had a few people we've noticed who are retiring and have nothing to do at home. They want to change the garden. In fact, I got one famous one there. I've just seen a lady there who's coming to participate in our conference outside, she's retired, and she used her garden, but she wants to change it to make it more sustainable rather than just a flower garden. So these are the UN goals that we are covering under the home garden. So like you see, we try as much as possible because we want usually people hear about UN Sustainable Development Goals. If you are not working in a public service, you will not know much about it unless you are an NGO applying for funds, which will direct you toward your UN Sustainable Goals. But we want through our competitions that people at home in everyday life, what they're doing, they are practicing sustainable living. And they are implementing the Sustainable Development Goal. So we tell them about the Sustainable Goals when we also visit them. Okay, thank you. That's from the Ministry of Agriculture, Climate Change and Environment.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jeanette. Now we are happy to open the floor for questions. We will keep it to 2 questions unless a third person really wants to ask another question. Any questions? Okay, that's okay. Then we will move outside for a group photo. And we will, we can then move on to take the break outside as well. Tea time, refreshments will be served in the corridor. There are 2 sides. My left is serving, so this side is serving refreshments for schools, and the other side is for other invitees. There has also been a slight change in the program. So when we come back in, we will be having a panel discussion and then followed by other interesting presentations. We will have 25 minutes for the break. So we'll be back here at 10:37. Thank you very much. See you later. Tell me, what is it? You have to tell me so I remember.
So, Dean of Faculty of Business and Sustainable Development. When I give it titles, you want to propose that as professor?
You are not giving.
DJ Paul Lebon is there. He's the one sitting behind Dr. Purvis.
Okay.
Yes, but I don't know this person. Yes.
I don't know.
Yes.
From? Oh, I just met him.
Yeah.
He just told me. Wait,
Yeah, but this is the person I don't see in the room now. But the rest I see because Paul is behind Dr. Purvis, but I don't see him.
Manuel, no, I know his face now, but yes, he's not in here.
Yeah, it's not here. So
He talked to me.
do we go without him? Okay. I don't know him in person. This is the issue.
I met him too, so he thought I was Napoleon.
He's in it?
Yes, that's him in the blue shirt standing back talking.
Okay.
So we have everyone?
Yeah.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the second part of the conference. I would like to invite Associate Professor Daniel Otongo, Dean for Faculty of Business and Sustainable Development from the University of Seychelles, to be the moderator of our panel discussion today. Mr. Otongo, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much, Avanya. So, all protocol duly observed. We have 6 panelists for this session. We are going to compress the time because we are a little bit behind time. And we have on stage 6 seats. So, if I will start, the first person I have on my list, Dr. Suzanne Foktaf, Chief Medical Officer. Please, can you proceed to the stage? Then we also have DJ Jivan from the Ministry of Investment, Entrepreneurship and Industry. Sir, you are welcome to the stage. And DJ Paul Lebon, Ministry of Tourism. Ms. Ashley Dias from the Blue Economy Department. Please proceed to the stage. We have Mrs. Jeanette from the Ministry of Agriculture, Climate Change and Environment. And lastly, Ms. Lindina, who is also the ESD National Focal Point from the Ministry of Education. Yes. I hope you all can hear me now. Sorry about that technical issue. So on top of the stage, I already introduced to you our 6 panelists, and we are going to discuss various ministries, and some of them are more generic. Remember, we are here today to talk more about education for sustainable development. And we want to see this in perspective, because we have like those from the school, secondary, and also maybe like other institution of learning. When we look at the context of Seychelles, I always say it's not different from any other country, because everything is connected to everything. You might have those from health, and they don't say, oh, we don't have any connection with tourism or environment or with blue economy, but it is connected. If we don't have good quality water, we have health implications, and that becomes a problem with human resource capacity. So the very first question that I have, and I think I will start with Dr. Foktav, do you think your ministry is doing enough to promote sustainable development, and specifically education for sustainable development?
So thank you. I gave some thought to the points that were provided. On the surface, it would seem that, as you say, and as P.S. Lantin rightly said, that health probably has nothing to do with education for sustainable development, or we do not link health with that. But when you look at what the public health and environmental health section is doing, raising awareness about the effects of environment on health, looking at what is happening in the environment, looking at the hygiene, doing pest control, rodent control, promoting cleanliness, promoting the use of safe water. This has a lot to do with sustainability. Maybe we do not go out saying it's education for sustainability, but when you talk to the people about these things, it is actually ESD. So, and all this is also closely linked to what we do on a daily basis in our health promotion activities, health promotion, health education, where we are promoting healthy lifestyle, healthy nutrition. So asking people to watch what they eat, it's not only a question of losing weight. So we are promoting eat local, eat more plant-based, avoid highly processed foods, avoid highly processed, when you look at it, this is what we're doing in the schools, with the school nutrition policy, avoiding fried goods, avoiding things. When you look at it, if you cannot relate it to an animal or a plant, you probably should avoid it. So this is the one side, but health promotion looks at the community. There's an element of community engagement and community awareness, and reinforcing what the public health is doing. So this, I think, we are doing. People from outside may say we are not doing enough, and yes, we do not bring it out into the open the whole year round. It's mainly focused around theme days or when there's an outbreak. I mean, we just heard yesterday, dengue on Prague, so now we're going out to Prague, reinforcing all these messages about taking care of your environment, removing stagnant water, and so on. This is also ESD. When you look at, we promote sustainable health services, sustainable health system. We advocate for judicious use of antibiotics, judicious use of medicine, not only use, but judicious prescribing. So when our health staff prescribe only what is needed for what is needed and nothing in excess, you do not have antibiotics being shared among friends, neighbors, families, where there is no need, thus promoting antimicrobial resistance, or even throwing things just around in the environment, polluting the soils. So when we do that, when we teach our health professionals to be economical in what they use. Unfortunately, the health system is a single-use society for reasons we know. When I went to medical school in 1986, in East Germany at that time, I was, as part of the first 2 years, I was washing glass syringes, I was washing needles and boiling, I was resharpening needles on fine emery boards to be reused. I was washing gloves, hanging them out, turning them over in the afternoon, powdering them at night and packing for reuse. Unfortunately, mostly because of the AIDS pandemic, this has changed, and we've moved to a single-use society. But it doesn't mean that we cannot be judicious in how we use these single-use products, how we train our professionals to look at sustainability. So I think even if we do not call it SED, we are practicing. Now, your opinion may be whether it's enough or not enough. I think it is never enough. Could we do more? Most probably. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Foktab. I think the context is very clear. There is always room for improvement, and I like the point you highlighted on this single-use item, which is a kind of topic that people can interpret differently. But now I'll go to DJ Giran, because you are from the Ministry of Investment, Entrepreneurship and Industry. I think this links more to issues around businesses, product development, and when we talk about ESD, people think it's a bias towards environment. But we need businesses for society to thrive, but it also has to be sustainable. When you look like in the developed countries, you will see businesses that have been handed over from one generation to another, and they are like 100 years. But in other parts, we see businesses that within maybe like a decade is folding off. So what is your ministry doing to promote sustainable development first, and then how do you educate those within your ministry and beyond on education for sustainable development?
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, students. Strange sitting here, actually. The last time I was here, I was just saying to the panelists, it was when I graduated and got my certificate as finishing A-levels. And now it really feels, given the spotlight, it feels like I'm in some Miss World competition, you know, sitting here when being watched. But in terms of what our ministry does, well, we've done two. The way the ministry is structured and where I work, we are the policy arm of the ministry. So there are two pieces of work we've done which probably directly relates to sustainable development. One is our investment policy, and second is our industrial policy. So both these documents really take at its core sustainable development. So what it has done, so when we had incorporated sustainable investment in our investment policy, it led to something called the investor map, which was developed by UNDP. I think it was done 2 years ago. So really what that is saying now is that let us try to target investment, which is even inward investment and even local investment in areas which will, support sustainable development. So that is one. When we look at our industrial policy, well, our industrial policy, we pretty much, I think it's almost written in the document to call it a green industrial policy. Not because it only focuses on environment, but because it takes sustainability at its core. For example, it tries to say, let us look at businesses, industry that will use raw materials which are locally available. And then when we talk about the scale of business, not looking at huge businesses, but let's look at targeting niche markets, higher value products. So at the core of what we do, we look at sustainability. Sustainability, of course, not just on the environment angle, because for us, sustainability comes in terms of how can Seychelles sell itself. We don't have economies of scale, which is usually what industries usually thrive on. So how can we do that? So being sustainable, branding ourselves as somebody who's eco-friendly, that really packages well in terms of what we believe we can push as a country. So for us, it's quite at the core of what we do. I I don't know if you asked me if we are doing enough in terms of the education piece. Well, recently, in fact, last year, there was a workshop which was conducted to assess impact. So, and that was the SDG impact. Now, it was a small group of private sector where I have to say for the first time, colleagues from my ministry as well participated to learn, to understand, okay, how do we assess the impact, the SDG impact? Because all of us talk about SDGs, we want businesses to follow the SDGs, but they need to understand how to assess it, how to know whether they are actually, the impacts are, applicable in the right ways. So for that, we had a training last year. We want to do more internally as well as to the private sector. I think I'm so happy to see, in fact, one of the first things I saw when I came here was, it showed an image saying you have a trouser and you have to see how it all applies in the overall ecosystem. For us, that is really important, to understand, okay, if you're doing a business, how does that apply to your overall ecosystem, whether it meaning the environment, the community, the country, and the overall ecosystem. So we are trying. I completely concur with my panelist here that we can do more. It is our intention to do more, but I'm happy to see the younger generation that are here are so much in tune with what it means. And that means the kind of ideas that we would have to look at is really also environmental. Besides that, of course, there are market access issues that we look at as well, where again, environmental sustainability are key factors when we come to scoring. So yeah, I don't want to get into that too much, but yes, it is things thank you.
So thanks very much, DJ Jivan. That's very inspiring. And I think one of the issues you raised is very important, the investment map that I think UNDP was supporting the government of Seychelles, which I think was in connection with the industrial policy. I was part of the group that was involved in the process, and we had one key concern that would take me now to DJ Paul Lebon on tourism. Because when we're designing that policy, we noticed that Seychelles is like more of a mono economy. All the businesses are built around tourism. So it's not diversification. Because if tourism is affected like during COVID-19, it becomes a problem. So now there's a specific question for you, but more on the generic side. How is your ministry promoting sustainable development and also education for sustainable development?
Okay, thank you very much for your question. Good morning, everybody present. Just a very quick little overview, just to start off, so you understand in terms of the context that we are talking about. In the tourism department, which forms part of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Tourism, the division that I look after tends to look after everything that is in Seychelles, where we tend to relate to as products and services. So then we also have another division that looks after marketing the Seychelles abroad. If we don't have the right products in destination, there'll be nothing to market. What I mean by the right products or the right destination is that with the team, the small team that we have, we tend to consider ourselves as a kitchen staff. So if you look at Seychelles as a destination, as a restaurant, the analogy is, as a kitchen staff, we need to make sure that all the products, the sites, the attractions, the activities, Seychelles known for its rich biodiversity and environment, pristine beaches, and so on and so forth. And the challenges that we face is actually ensured that the variety is there, that the ingredients are still fresh, and that the marketing team who are in the front of the restaurant, who are serving the clients, who obviously are the visitors or the tour operators, are actually having enough for them to actually promote the Seychelles with. And vice versa, that we in the kitchen are getting the right feedback according to the tendencies, the trends, the tastes, the concerns of the more eco-conscious visitor, and so on, that we can try and meet these needs. However, there is a wider picture to this, and a much more important one. So this is just a functional aspect that I want to get across. Sustainability. We've heard a lot about sustainability this morning, some fascinating presentations, very, very, very engaging. Sustainability, it's never from any perspective. So there won't be sustainability from a tourism perspective. It has to be sustainable development from everyone's perspective. Because at the end of the day, we are all in this together. We're in one boat. So for us, sustainable tourism is sustainable development, and vice versa. So it's hand in hand. At the moment, we are currently, we have finalized our sustainable tourism policy framework, and it will be going to Cabinet shortly for endorsement, so hopefully in the next few weeks. So this framework basically will give us the overarching umbrella to see how tourism, the development in tourism in Seychelles, will be able to continue with all key partners. So it's something that it won't, for example, the budget line with regards to the activations recommended by the framework will not remain solely with the tourism department or the ministry, but it will be something that we hope is seen as a national level, because it comes straight from the SDGs and then the NDS, national priorities, and it is actually either with national planning or with a high-level committee, it is implemented accordingly. A lot of actions, I have to say, are being implemented either by NGOs or at a more localized level. So as we reach implementation stage of the framework, we as the tourism department will certainly be reaching out to, for example, the working group and UNICEF as well, and other and NGOs certainly with regards to the implementation of the framework. Additionally, if I may, very, very briefly, carrying capacity studies over the years that we have done together with other counterparts have shown that obviously there are stresses with regards to finite resources that we have, be it energy, be it water, and so on and so forth. And we have done this on the main islands, and the same picture keeps coming back, and the situation is not getting any better, that we know. So there are distinct recommendations and critical recommendations that have come from these carrying capacity studies, some of which we are incorporating, for example, or have incorporated. For example, accommodation strategic establishment plans. We've done that for Ladig. We are in the process. The tourism policy framework was one recommendation, but additionally, we are now for Ladig in the process of doing a visitor use management plan. As you may or may not know, Ladig is becoming very crowded. It's not the Ladig that we used to know. There are a lot of issues, a lot of challenges, and if it's not addressed now, it's going to be too late. So visitor use management plan is only one of the tools that may assist in terms of how you ensure the flow of visitors on the island, how you may be able to restrict certain flows, how do you create experiences, and so on and so forth. But my stress on sustainable development, environment, biodiversity, conservation is key, for sure. But there are other sectors, there are other facets to it that needs equal emphasis. So the cultural development, our people, the development of our people is key in terms of sustainability. The capability building is key. The good governance is key to actually put everything together, and strong governance. So these are some of the factors that together with our partners we will be putting a lot of emphasis on going forward. Thank you.
So let's give a hand of applause. So thanks very much, DJ Lebon, and I think some of the key takeaways I got when you were having your intervention, you mentioned the aspect that sustainable development cannot be achieved by tourism alone. This is very important because it's a cross-cutting issue, and that of carrying capacity, we often ignore that. We always say this is the tragedy of the common, the lifeboat and tragedy, that there is an X capacity that a lifeboat can carry. Beyond that, it starts to sink. So we need to also relook this, especially when we think of tourism number and the pressure they bring on the environment. You highlighted issues around biodiversity, water is there, energy, And unfortunately, I think we still have less than 10% renewable energy penetration in our energy mix. So these are things that are very crucial. And I'm going to tie it down now with the Department of Blue Economy from the Ministry of Fisheries and the Blue Economy. And
Thank
it's
you.
important because then we have always said that the blue economy is the frontier for Seychelles development. So what is your department doing to promote sustainable development?
Okay, so good morning, everyone. Ashley from the Department of Blue Economy. So for us, the aspect of sustainable development, sustainability issues is one of our very core principles. So as you're aware, the department was established in 2015, and our main responsibility is to oversee the strategic direction of the development of the blue economy and to ensure that it is done in a sustainable manner. So we do this and we aim to achieve this vision based on sustainable development, but also based on innovation and knowledge base. So we have 4 main strategic priorities, and this includes creating sustainable wealth. So how do we promote the traditional sectors, but also support emerging sectors such as aquaculture? We also ensure that we promote and share prosperity. So how do our communities benefit from these marine resources, from economic activities that is done within the blue economy? And very importantly, our 3rd strategic priority is to look at securing and ensuring that the ocean space is resilient. So looking at how and supporting measures that ensure that the marine ecosystem remains healthy and resilient, although there are all of these economic activities happening. And the 4th priority is to ensure that there is this enabling environment that brings everything together. So as I've mentioned, you have all of these 3 pillars which are equally important. So you have your society, you have your environment, and you also have your economic development that we need to ensure all ties in together. So in terms of our sustainability program, the department is always advocating the importance of sustainability development. And we do this by ensuring that sustainable development and our criteria, for example, for business models on circular economy and biotechnology is also a sector, an emerging sector that has been identified at national level. So how do we encourage businesses? How do we promote these opportunities? But at the same time, how do we ensure that they do not degrade the environment further? We have become custodian, for example, of the Seychelles Maritime Academy. So we do advocate for the ocean preservation, but as well promoting sectors. And we have also established the ocean literacy program in secondary schools. So there's a lot of things that we're doing. And we do use a lot of our platforms, for example, through our media campaigns and our other programs of capacity building. So be it businesses, be it through schools. So all of these are well embedded within our programs. So as of last year, for example, we have trained more than 60 individuals in circular economy, and we have provided more than 200 we have trained more than 200 individuals on ocean governance matters. So all of these are very important to us because, as you are aware, the blue economy cannot stand on its own, so we depend on the environment department. We work closely with the tourism department, investment, education, health. So all of these are equally important, and we need to ensure that our policies align, and we need to ensure that we are not degrading the environment, of course, because this is what our blue economy is all about. This is what Seychelles promotes itself as this blue economy destination, as this tourism destination, a country that prides itself on its biodiversity. So all of these are very important for us. And we ensure also that our principles are well established in other national strategies, etc. So we do work a lot with stakeholders. We do work a lot with the youth because you are the voice of today and tomorrow. So all of these are very important, and we do count on your support to continue to make this blue economy flourish for our future generations.
That was great, and thanks very much, Ashley. And I like the way you try to connect the economic dimension, environment, and also the social aspect of sustainability. And I'll come back to you shortly with a more specific question that will link maybe 3 of the ministries on biotechnology. Because I see a huge potential that Seychelles can leverage based on the extensive EEZ to create businesses within that area, which I think is still underexploited. So now we are going to go to Ms. Jeanette, and I will say you have to walk your talk because it's like what you do all the time. So from the Ministry of Agriculture, Climate Change and the Environment, you are in the education and also outreach section. So what is your ministry doing? We have seen your presentation, but what do you think maybe you can do more to enhance the penetration of ESD, not only to the formal learners, but to also those who are in the community?
Thank you. Like I've said before in the presentation, we are doing quite a number of, it's because we turn it into competitions because we want to reward those who are doing extra, putting extra effort, but also using them as examples to educate the others. So the ministry works with mainly all the other ministries, and for sure we work more closely and we support more the Ministry of Education, because we feel that unless we have, it is integrated into the formal curriculum, we cannot reach everybody. So this is how we reach everyone. We also work with youth, but we support more youth NGOs. Okay? Nowadays, we have because of our past ESD program, we have noticed we have some very young youth NGOs in the country, very active one. And we surely want to support them. We don't want to tell them what to do. Because what we've noticed is that they come up with very interesting ideas. They have very other approaches, like instead of the old school approach, they've got new approaches how to target the youth. They are with them all the time, so we work closely with them instead of us imposing on them on what to do. So we support them all around. And but we still work with the other ministries for sure. For example, I am an assessor for tourism labor for the hotels. And when I do assess the hotels, and I see where they are lacking in some criteria, I mobilize a team in the ministry and take it to the hotel later on so that we can get them to improve on it. But perhaps you haven't mentioned much that one thing that I like a lot in the ministry, in regards to Ministry of Tourism, is tourism labor. It puts a lot of pressure on the management of the hotels, and it trains all the staff in the hotels to promote sustainability at all levels, from management to those working outside, and also those providing products and services to the hotel. So we join them, and we also help in training on specific issues to those hotels. But we also, for example, the ministry, now with the ministry, as we are part of the Department of Agriculture, we are working closely with them. We are promoting new ways of promoting agriculture. We are also seeing nowadays quite a number of eco-warriors moving towards sustainable agriculture training. We have some now, instead of going to university to study only about environment, they're moving towards agriculture, and also towards the blue economy department field work, for example, aquaculture. So they come to us first for advice. We try to provide them with opportunities for them to, for example, at present we have a lot of students coming from universities overseas. We're helping them out to go to the correct divisions. And also during the school holidays, we also take students in who are from A-levels, for example, haven't decided yet where they want to go, but they are interested in environment. Instead of bringing them only to environment education, we make sure they go for 1 week at Met Office, 1 week at conservation, 1 week at climate change, so that they will decide instead of us deciding for them. So So we work a lot with, even with old people's homes sometimes. So we try to move about, but for education we have a need for staff. So getting there to all the, we would think about it, getting calls from schools almost every day from other NGOs to help, so we will support them. But doesn't mean that we can do that all the time as they want to, but we always try to, as we know most of the NGOs, we will guide them to which NGO will be able to attend them to them. Sometimes even some of those hotels who have those labels which I've worked with, I will guide those people outside, get support from this hotel. I know they have those specific areas which they can help with. So it's not only to do with the Ministry of Education. We do not have the capacity to do all education for sustainable development. We depend a lot of on NGOs to help us to achieve it.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jeanette. And it's still coming up again. You can't do it alone. So you need the other sectors because this is cross-cutting. So it's good that you are exposing the youth to different aspects of sustainability because they need to get the different perspective. So I will narrow it down now to Ms. Lindina, who is the national focal point for ESD. So now I'm putting you in the seat of the ministry. So tell us what your ministry, the Ministry of Education, has been doing to promote sustainable development and also ESD.
Thank you for your question. For ESD, we are promoting education for sustainable development in our schools, so through the Eco School program. So we are looking at the whole school approach, how we make it as part of the formal and informal education. So how we incorporate sustainability themes, sustainability topics in different subjects in the curriculum and also extracurricular. And we are also looking at projects on the school grounds. This is very important. So how we, daily practices, so what are we doing? Are we doing some energy management, waste management? So these are also aspects that we promote in the schools. And we also promote the partnership, very important, partnership with the communities, partnership with the organizations, environmental organizations, so that we all work together to promote sustainable development. So this is an aspect that we are looking at, and currently the curriculum is being reviewed. So we are looking at how we mainstream and integrate ESD in all subjects. This is very important because when you speak about sustainability, it's not only the job of the science teacher, only the responsibility of the geography teachers, but every teacher must see themselves as doing doing some teaching about sustainability. So every subject we can do it, but we need also to have some capacity building and training for our teachers, be it primary, secondary, and also at professional centers. So this is where we have asked UNESCO to assist us. So UNESCO is going to provide a training course for we have some of our teachers that will attend, will learn about ESD. So they will also learn about how different countries are incorporating ESD in their curriculum, so that when they have this knowledge, they will now go back to their specific educational institution and see how now they can incorporate it in their programs, in their course unit. So this is something we are interested to learn about how they do it, also in the different countries. We are also having different, which I very much appreciate, different initiatives and incentives for our teachers who work very hard on sustainability education, such as the Algebra trip, sponsored by SIF, Daywash, we have Davos, like I mentioned, and these are incentives because these teachers, they work very hard and it's voluntary, so they take their own time. After working hours, even on weekends, some of them were working during the holidays, they take their own time to make sure that students learn about sustainability. And one thing which we promote a lot is hands-on activities. So the traditional way of teaching, blackboard, only sitting in the classroom, we need to get away with that. So we need hands-on learning, we need to take students out in the field, and I see a lot of teachers doing that. We have marine ecosystem, we are very blessed. We also have terrestrial. We have a lot of people, some are in the rooms with us, ready to assist to give talks. They also assist with training, fieldwork activities. So we need to engage the students and make them connect with the environment. Okay? Make them understand why are we saying they should preserve the environment. Okay? Make them develop empathy for the animals and plants that cannot speak to you. Okay? So you need to connect with them for you to understand. So this is something we are promoting. Of course, it's also a challenge, I would say, because transport is an issue. Okay? Many teachers will complain they don't have transport to take the kids out, and also the length of time that you need for a field work, it's 1 day. So of course it will have an impact on other subjects, but we need to see how we integrate so that it's not only science and geography taking students out. Why don't we go out for an English lesson, French lesson? And then the topic is still on sustainability. So we can incorporate ESD. Sometimes we say it's difficult, but I think we are not doing enough. Okay, we need to see how we can incorporate it in all the subjects. Of course, we are saying concept-based learning, so we can amend our topic to make it fit to the problems we are having. Remember, we are small and developing states. We are greatly impacted by climate change and whatever is happening in the environment. So we need to address this now. And something I would like to see also is not only focus on education, only the students, education institutions, all ministries, all departments, your ministry should also have an education aspect. So you need to remember that, yes, we are training the new generations, but we have a lot of expatriates. They have not gone through our education system. So how do we now educate them about sustainability? So there has to be something in their policy, some framework, where they get the capacity building, they get the skills, the training knowledge, for them to implement sustainability, be it in their infrastructure, be it in their daily activities, so that they have the education for us to promote sustainable development. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Linda. I think your last intervention is like leaving no one behind. So it has to be a whole country approach. So now I think I'm going to have specific questions, 2-minute intervention, and I will start with Dr. Foktav. And this is about your opinion, because most of the presentation earlier on, we're having this like to promote local food production. It's like feed local. Do you think it has become more difficult to consume the local, I'll call it locally adapted crops, which typically grows in the home garden or Creole garden? And if that is the case, why do you think it has become very difficult for the population to consume the local plant-based product?
Now, okay. So thank you for this question. So for me, it's whether it is more difficult to consume locally grown products. So whether it is difficult to consume local. So this is not the Ministry of Health speaking, this is me speaking personally. I think that sometimes the elephant in the room is always the cost. It is more expensive to buy things that are produced locally. It is very expensive to eat vegetables. It is very expensive to buy fruit, and so on. So there are different ways of looking at it. If we start by changing our eating habits. Changing our eating habits. If we start by avoiding, as I said, over-processed foods, avoiding what we generally call gonas, this savings goes into local production. So it's about the way we eat. It's about the way it's about our relationship with food. It's about how we see food and nutrition. It's about changing the lifestyle. Yes, it can be more, it may cost more, but if you are eating more proteins, eating more natural foods that make you feel satiated, you don't crave for all the others. And the need to buy that is less. So unless we change that, we're always going to say that it is difficult to consume locally. So then the other thing is it available? Is it available? We have transitioned from living in houses with la rue devant, la cour derrière, and a lot of us are living in small apartments, and even if we are living in a house, we may not have room outside. Madame Larue has said, when they look at gardens, they are not looking at flower gardens. Yes, it is beautiful. We do need some of the flowers to bring in the bees, but we need also to, in that little space we have, put something in the ground that we can eat. I did recently, I was just doing an evaluation. I don't have huge space, and it is not necessarily garden friendly. I think when I counted, if you look at plants, vegetables, fruits, herbs, medicinal plants, I have over 25 species in a very small space. A very small space. So I think it's a question of how we look at things. If we are willing to do it, we can do it. I mean, I work full-time, my husband works full-time. It's not as if there's somebody at home doing the gardening full-time. If you want to do it, you can manage to do it. It is difficult, it will not be as easy for everybody, but I think if we educate people and we teach them and we show them what is possible and don't preach, don't be condescending about what I'm able to do and what others are not able to do. If we have this approach of going into communities and telling people and showing them and doing with them, it should be possible to consume more. We will not be consuming 100% local, but it is possible to consume more. Thank you. So as I said, this is me speaking, not the Ministry of Health.
Thank you very much. Yeah, that is something that is very important. It's not going to be easy, but it's about the willingness to do it based on the benefit that you will get. And I think one challenge that we have seen also along the coast is like the dune area that is highly degraded. I'm sure those of you who drove along the Okap Road, you will see some huge boulders that have been placed close to the beach to prevent cars from accessing the dune area. And sometimes we begin to wonder, but where should they park? Now I come back to the tourism department. What do you think we can do to solve the issue of parking space close to the dune area?
Hello? Yeah. Again, this wouldn't be the tourism department speaking, but possibly my opinion, because generally speaking, you see, it's the spaces are used as much by locals as by visitors, probably more by us than by visitors. But looking at it from a degradation perspective, it is alarming in terms of how much the coastline has receded over the years. And I think we've seen it happen more often, it's been more prominent over the past few years. So something had to be done. Otherwise, it would just kept encroaching. So in terms of parking, parking is an issue most areas, as we know, in Victoria, in other parts as well. And so it's a question of mindset as well. It's a question of how we commute, how we move from A to B. It's not going to be something, I believe, in parallel, that either a parking is done specifically somewhere in that area, which is a popular area, and then people will have to walk to the beach side. I think that might make sense. But also in terms of how we commute and how we move about, and that is speaking to the young generation in terms of whether, you know, it's a fact that, you know, we cycle, there needs to be cycle lanes, is it cycle friendly, is it not, ferry services, shuttle services, clean energy transport, of a lot of investment, of course, in there, but we need to be having these conversations in terms of more often than not, because we've traveled a lot, all of us here, and we've seen that with the right mindset and the right education, people, you know, and when we're in other parts of the world, we walk a lot, don't we? We walk 300, 400, 500 kilometers to go from a meeting to another meeting, because if you take the underground or you take a car or a taxi, it's going to take you twice as long to get from one block to another. So we don't have a problem to walk more when we travel, but for us being a small island, we take the car to go to the shop, which is around the corner. You know, it's a question of also education and mindset as well. Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks very much. So I think he deserves a hand of applause. I think this is something that should be in the mind of everyone in this room, because sometimes we don't see the relationship. When the dune area is degraded, because for the beach to be replenished, sand moves in 3 directions, on and offshore and then along the shore. So the moment it's degraded, the dune vegetation is not there. You see the overtopping of the seawall, and you see sometimes sand deposit on the road. And some disappear over time, which is something that I've spoken to the environment student. We need historical information of those beaches that have disappeared, and it has something to do with your carrying capacity. If it disappears, then people have to overcrowd at specific points. So there should be a different way that we communicate this information to the public. And I want to get now the opinion, that's why I have to skip DJ Jevan, about biotechnology, and also Ms. Diaz. What do you see as the future in terms of biotechnology as an industry in Seychelles? Both of you, just quick intervention.
Thank you for the question. It is quite a tough question to answer this Friday morning, but I will try my best. So as I've mentioned, one of the key roles of the Department of Blue Economy is to coordinate the strategic direction of emerging sectors. And biotechnology is a sector that has been identified as one of those emerging sectors. So at the moment, this sector is still in its infancy stage. And as with all new sectors, there are a lot of research, knowledge that needs to be gathered, risk assessments that needs to be done. But for the time being, there has been some discussions pertaining to this very important topic, but it has not been developed yet. And just to note that biotechnology is a sector that will, of course, involve whole of society, especially key government institutions, for example, the Department of Environment, because as you are aware, there are international conventions and other agreements that we are party to, and we need to ensure that we have the necessary policies, legislations, and even guidelines in country first before we can develop these sectors. For example, we are also party to the Nagoya Protocol, therefore we have certain obligations to ensure that we complete all the due diligences before we can further develop this sector. So we have started doing some knowledge gathering, we have started to initiate some discussions, and I can tell you that there is a lot of interest, especially from external partners, to develop this sector. But of course, before we can do that, as a country, we need to prepare ourselves because as you are also aware, there are a lot of issues that comes with accessing marine resources or even venturing in such large sectors such as biotechnology. There are issues such as biopiracy that we need to be very careful about. And we also need to ensure that our country, our people also benefit from these access to our marine resources. We need to ensure that we have the legal frameworks in place, our agreements in place. So there are a lot of work that needs to be done first before we see the potential or the full potential of this sector. So it is a discussion that is ongoing, and I can assure you that the department has the interest of the country at heart, and we will ensure that we do all the due diligences, such as consult the Department of Environment, consult tourism, fisheries, etc., because there are a lot of interest. And people want to tap into these resources that we have, but we cannot just give that away for free. We cannot just destroy our environment for the sake of economic development. So this is why at the beginning I said that one of our key mandate is to ensure that there is this balance between economy, between social, and between environment. So all of these needs to be carefully considered. And of course, as a country, we need to be prepared. So there needs to be monitoring, control, and surveillance as well within our large EEZ, because although there are legal means of tapping into these sectors, there are also people illegally collecting our marine resources. So how do we ensure that we protect our resources, protect our environment, protect this blue economy that we depend on, not just for our future generations, but for the current generations as well. So it's still being discussed, and so yes, we will of course do all the necessary procedures to ensure that it is done well and it is properly executed.
Thanks very much, Ms. Dias. I think it's a topic that is really dear to you, and I love the aspect of biopiracy, which also I think intellectual property right should be put in place. We have seen this a lot. You can have a product from Seychelles, it's somewhere abroad, and someone is claiming ownership. So we have taken note of that. Since we are running out of time, I think Ms. Janet and Ms. Lilina, just a quick takeaway. What can you tell the audience about ESD that when they leave, they can put into practice? 1 minute each.
Okay, thank you. I think I missed one important point when we were doing my presentation, because you didn't discuss about the challenges we liaise with the public. And one means of getting to the public is the media, especially the national media. It's so expensive to produce an educational 20-minute video to put on SBC, which is one of our main means of getting to the public. For example, I will give you an example. We produced, she was still there, a video on what is biodiversity, how we can protect it. 20 minutes. It was aired on SBC, and I got an invoice of 16,000 rupees. So we negotiated. I think it took me about 8 months to negotiate with them, but I still paid 8,000 rupees. My budget do not provide me with that funding to produce an environment program every month for us to air on SBC, for example. And they do have the environment program, but you have to wait where there's series, they have different series. When environment is considered as one of their series this year, then we work with them. But again, we don't have that much say. We give them the technical people. And I'm sure the ministries are in the same boat as ours. We do pay SBC a lot. Even to put something on the newspaper Nation, if we are going to put it in color, if we're producing, if they're coming to us with an article, it's okay. If we are publishing an educational page, it's not an advert, but educational, we still have to pay. So this is one of our greatest challenge. What we're trying to do, for example, this year, we're trying to put it, we wanted to do it last year, we could not, but this year it's in our budget. Train the different communication officers in different departments or events that we have some NGOs with us to produce short videos, again, but it will be only on social media. So we're still missing on some of those people who do watch those programs on television. So this is one of our challenges. Perhaps some people will say there's not enough education to the public on SBC, on media. Because we do not have the funding, it's so expensive. 16,000 rupees per month is a lot for us. Because we already have those adverts, those spots that we have, we still pay them for 1 month, 3 times a week. For example, I put some spots on TV, educational ones, and I'm still paying 8,000 rupees. So where do I get it 16,000 extra? So this is a challenge that I'm sure the ministries are getting, though SBC have education as part of their money.
Thanks for that. It's a crucial thing. Education and awareness needs to go. Yeah. So, Lenina, you have a quick takeaway so that.
So my quick takeaway is individually we need to reflect. What are we doing individually to promote sustainability? Are we sustainable in our practices? Are we sustainable in our actions, in our decisions? So it's individual. What do we do as an individual? Sometimes we tend to emphasize the environment role, it's the education role, but you as a person, what is your role? So my takeout is today reflect on your actions and remember what we have. We will show you even in our exhibitions. Remember what we have talked about and reflect on your practices. Are you sustainable? When you make a decision about building your house, are you sustainable? So every decision that you make, personally, you need to think about sustainability. So this is my takeaway for today. Thank you.
So a big thank you to all of our panelists and one last round of applause to them. They have been doing an amazing job. Please, thanks very much for your intervention and also sharing your experiences. So we have come to the end of this session. I'm going to hand over back to Ms. Avania. Please, you can proceed to your seat. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next 45 minutes will be dedicated to our presentations by 4 different organizations. We will ask that you please stick to the allocated 10 minutes or less, please. Our first presentation is by Ms. Maria Bouyosh, representing Seychelles Island Foundation. Ms. Maria, over to you.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Maria Brioche. I am the program coordinator at SIF, and it's a real pleasure for me to be presenting about ESD in this conference. So my presentation, I will start with an introduction about the education and outreach program at SIF. And then this will be followed by the Friends of Vallée de Mai clubs. And then I would like to talk a little bit about what we do in the education and outreach program at SIF. And then about our partners, as we do not work in isolation, like most of our partners has mentioned. I will also talk about the stats for 2014, and then what's next for education and outreach for SIF. So the education and outreach program at SIF started in 2011 with the aim of raising awareness on the values of the two UNESCO World Heritage Sites, and these are Aldabra and Vallée de Mai. And most recently, SIF was given the responsibility of Font-Ferdinand Reserve. So now we are also focusing the education and outreach program at the Font-Ferdinand Reserve as well. The other aim is to engage with visitors that visits the Vallée de Mai and Font-Ferdinand, with students from Praslin, Ladig, and Mahé, and the community on Praslin. So, before the program, the education and outreach program started in SIF, we had the Friends of Vallée de Mai Club, and this was initiated by Miss Jeanette. I think she left already. So I wanted for you to give her a big round of applause because she started the Friends of Vallée de Mai Club. She left. This was in 2009, and this club was initiated before the education and outreach program in SIF, which started in 2011. So these clubs continue to play a central role to the efforts that we are doing at SIF, and the group is funded by SIF. So the aim of the Friends of Vallée de Mai Club is to engage children to learn about their experience of Vallée de Mai, to educate the community about the Seychelles to UNESCO World Heritage Site, and also to engage children through various activities like bird watching, river exploration, upcycling activities, tree planting, beach cleanup, and so on. So what are the key achievements of the Education and Outreach Program? In 2021, virtual classroom reaching out to thousands of students across the world. In 2023, we had the 50th anniversary of the Aldabra Research Station, and the Aldabra Research Station is the oldest research stations in Seychelles. In 2023, we celebrated the 40th anniversary of Vallée de Mai as a UNESCO World Heritage Site, and in 2024, In 2024, we had a variety show. This was part of the 40th anniversary celebration of Vallée de Mai as UNESCO World Heritage Site. And the variety show was celebrating the cultural and heritage of Vallée de Mai. So what do we do in the education and outreach program? I will first talk about the education part. As mentioned before, the Friends of Vallée de Mai School Club was established before the education and outreach program in Vallée de Mai, and the students are engaged in various activities that SIF organizes. Then, planning and coordinating holiday camp program in Vallée de Mai, and later on I'll be talking more about the holiday camps that SIF organizes. Integration of a new mode of learning through virtual classroom, We have regular presentation at school upon their request, or sometimes we tend to do presentation on the topics that are covered in the curriculum, environment topics. We also cater for requests of visits by schools and in ECE activities. And then we have the Aldabra Eco School Trip, which I will also emphasize more about in another slide. As outreach activities, we organize activities to commemorate the Environmental UN Team Days. And last year alone, in 2024, we celebrated 53 Environment UN Team Days. These are team days like World Cleanup Day, World Habitat Day, Biodiversity Day, Environment Days, and etc. And our target is to do at least 20 outreach activities per year, but every time we are doing more. We also organize visits with VIPs and delegations that comes to Vallée de Mai. We organize visits to special groups, like with the hotels, the local organization, focusing on hospitality like Lemuria and Raffles Hotel that visit every 2 months. And then we have recently finance organization like the bank. They visit Vallée de Mai and Fort Ferdinand. We also plan activities with other NGOs and government sectors. Like, for example, in March, we had a mini roadshow on Pralin for World Wildlife Day, and we invited the Ministry of Environment, the Ministry of Education as well. So now about the Friends of Vallée de Mai Club. In 2011, the first SIF holiday camp was held in the Vallée de Mai. It is held for 2 weeks, and during the 2 weeks, during the school holidays, students from primary school on Pralin, they participate in several activities that we organize for them. It is run from 8 in the morning to 4 in the afternoon. And for each camp, we take a maximum of 60 students, age 7 to 11 years old. And for each week, we target at least 30 students. The aim of the holiday camp is to increase the overall environmental awareness and knowledge of these students using real-life examples from Aldabra and Vallée de Mai. These serve as a vehicle to make the natural environment more interesting and relatable to the students. So now I will show you a short video about a beach cleanup that we did for a holiday camp last year.
How many animals will be disturbed by all the pollution associated with plastic and with crop. So now decided to go to how the animals will survive. Especially if they go to the animals on our agriculture. So we will talk about that. always take track and we should always save animals from plastic because it can harm them.
So, to kids my age, I would recommend them to stop plastic pollution and go out and have some fun and pick up some garbages because you guys don't know, maybe some of you guys don't know what happens now, Deborah.
Okay, from this video you can see how the kids are excited to pick up. How could you imagine people would be excited to pick up trash? So it's fun for them. So we continue with the Aldabra Eco School trip. The National Eco School program is run by the Ministry of Education, and throughout the year, each school undertakes a variety of environmental activities, and they are awarded points for this, the completion of these activities. And then the schools that are awarded with the highest number of points, they will win an Eco School award. And the star prize for the Eco School award is the Aldabra Eco School. So in 2020 and in 21, due to piracy, the trip was canceled. And then there was COVID also. For COVID, we canceled it. But 2022 to 2025, the kids have had the opportunity to experience the trip on Aldabra Atoll. So now again, I have a short video about celebrating the 20 years of the Eco School trip on Aldabra. So bear with me.
For the last 20 years, the Seychelles Islands Foundation has been affording deserving young Seychellois school children, along with their teachers, the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to visit Aldabra, ensuring future generations continue the tradition of conserving this exceptional place. The trip comes as the start prize for the annual Eco School program, an initiative integrated within the curriculum activities of the Ministry of Education that sees all public schools challenged to compete in conservation and sustainability initiatives in their communities.
Particular about Aldabra is that it's very difficult to get there. So we will never have the luxury that all and every Seychellois is going to get the chance there. And that's how the idea was born, that actually children, people are not jealous of children because children are so special to us as well that we would luckily afford them to go in our place. So I think that this is one of the reasons why we decided that children who are sensitized, who are striving towards making a difference in the environment should also be the ones who see the environment at its best to be encouraged to do more.
Child visiting jellyfish pond. Coachano and jellyfish are the petite baby lapidora. Tip for what you expect what you work as well. So it will be a flat pond. There's sauce, good what you want more. We will see more pesky boy. Happy to see more bewa. Because it will be amazing. It's a little qui on va regarder que mon même mot, moi tu veux mon content.
Et nous arrivons à Aldabra, nous allons oublier. Mon quoi, mon petit peu Moi, c'est tout dans la table là. Mon parent m'a dit qu'il y a les tarifs là-bas pour les salamés. Après, les petits débats, les mettre dans le sable. Ça allait au champ et mon parent est capable d'expérience encore. Mon cousin m'a dit.
Environmentally, it's like a natural laboratory. We had a chance to go snorkeling. We had a chance to go also in the mangrove stream there in a boat. What you discovered, you will never find it anywhere else in Seychelles.
World Heritage Sites are of symbolic nature and are connecting past generations and future generations. And if our generation is not in a position to protect these sites, if we are not able to protect places like Aldabra, it means we have signed out and we've given up. It's therefore extremely important for us to engage young people who have all the passion and will continue the work we have started.
SIF would like to thank all students and teachers who have had the chance to visit the Aldabra Atoll, and even those who have not had the chance yet, for their enthusiasm, participation and support of the EcoSchool program. We would also like to say a huge thank you to the SIF staff, along with the Ministries of Education and Environment, for making their dreams come true.
Okay, so we continue with the outreach activities. Like mentioned, we celebrate Environment Team Days. Team Days organized to commemorate the Environment Team Days. We target to do 20 activities. And like I said earlier, we always surpass this target. Now for our partners, we don't work in isolation. We deeply rooted in collaborating with other organizations. We engage alongside other ministries, departments, NGOs, and international partners. And here are just a few of the partners that we work alongside. Now for statistics for 2024, for outreach events SIF participated in, we participated in 47 different outreach events last year. We reached out to 7,244 people. As for virtual classroom, last year we did only one for Earth Day. For the students that we reached through education and outreach, it was 3,253 students. So what's next for the education and outreach? We would like to have additional staff for education and outreach. We would like to increase virtual classroom to include international students as well. We want to, the construction of Aldabra House and renovation of the education room at Vallée de Mai, extending outreach on Mahé. For now, we are doing a lot more on Pralé, so we would like to extend the outreach program to Mahé. And also more education and outreach in Font-Ferdinand. We use social media also to reach out to the wider community. We target the young generation to educate them about Vallée de Mai and Aldabra. So now I have come to the end of my presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Maria. These presentations have been really amazing. Makes me a bit emotional because if I did a presentation about my life, it would be all these presentations as well. And I know a lot of other people in the room and younger people that will go through the same as well. So I pray for sustainability for these projects as well. Our second presenter is Dr. Marie-Thérèse Purvis, who is representing Sustainability for Seychelles. Dr. Purvis is on our technical working group and also from now on will be our timekeeper. Thank you.
Thank you. And good morning, everyone. I am Marie-Thérèse Purvis, the Vice Chairperson of the NGO Sustainability for Seychelles, which has been around since 2007. So December 2007. So we've been around for the last 17 years. Doing quite a bit. I hope you've all heard of Sustainability for Seychelles, shortened to S4S. Our mission is that we are committed to helping Seychelles and other small island states to work towards social, ecological, and economic sustainability. And we aim to inspire, inform, and enable people to live, work, and play in ways that contribute positively to both human and natural communities. And the way that we have been doing this over the past 17 years through the objectives that we've set. Our objectives are to create partnerships with government, the private sector, and other NGOs to promote sustainable practices, to develop education and training programs for more sustainable lifestyles, to inspire people to adopt sustainable lifestyles by promoting success stories and demonstrating best practices, promoting renewable energy technologies and the efficient use of the energy, promote the use of appropriate technology to mitigate greenhouse gases, and engage in research that promotes social and ecological sustainability in Seychelles and other small island states. And I'm going to take each one of those objectives briefly and look at how we have worked towards them, what we have achieved, and the challenges, some of the challenges that we've had. I'm not going to be able to go over all the activities that we've done. I will only talk about a few. So, in terms of creating partnerships to promote sustainable practices, with government, we were involved in the development of the climate change policy and strategy in 2019, the first to be done, and it was done by S4S. We have also been involved, we were also involved, to change the Environment Protection Act to enable the banning of single-use plastic carrier bags when people could not get their plastic bags from the shops anymore back in 2018, and the polystyrene takeaway boxes. Unfortunately, some of them have come back, I've noticed. So we've got to keep on advocating against that one, and single-use plastics that are used in the sale of vegetables. You go to a vegetable stall and every bit of vegetable they give people, if you don't refuse, they give you a single-use plastic bag, which is terrible. We should, again, we've been lobbying government to try and get that changed. Currently, we are involved in a project. We've got funding from the GEF fund to try and persuade government yet again to separate organic and inorganic waste so that the organic waste can be composted. We're working closely with a few hotels. That's the next bit, the private sector. With a few hotels to help them to separate their waste and to connect them with farmers in their districts so that they can then pass on their food waste to the farmers, and the farmers can use these as in their composting. It's working quite well, but it has to be something that is done nationally. As far as we get funding, as I said, through various grants and so on, and once the money runs out, we don't have the capacity to continue. And so we really need the backup of government, and we're trying hard to do that because we're doing this project together with LWMA. Another current project that we're doing together with the Meteorological Authority is the monitoring of air quality. We have set up over a dozen sensors on Mahé, Praslin, and La Digue, and it's checking on the quality of air. But again, the coordination is not always, doesn't always work that well. The monitors need maintenance, and the Met Office is not always doing it, or have the capacity or whatever. So with the private sector, as I said, we've worked with several hotels, so one of them being Ephilia, where we've helped to set up a boardwalk in the Ramsar site there, and so that people can have a look at what the mangroves are like, along with various other hotels. We also had a long-lasting project with Sebru to give funding to the Farmers Association of Belazar of Val d'Andorre, where we helped them. One of our members is an engineer, and he helped them set up drip irrigation systems on their farms using rainwater harvested from the area. And the rainwater was stored in big tanks donated by Sebru, what they brought in the Guinness mix in. They also gave us plastic containers that we sold at very cheap prices to houses, to homes, to collect rainwater as well. And we also, with SIT, set up the water warriors, getting the students from the plumbing program to go into the communities and fix leaks in pipes. Apparently, this is still going, and we're very happy to hear that this program continues with SIT, because it worked really well and the students enjoyed it hugely. With other NGOs, we were in collaboration with the H2OC Association on climate action, and we did a lot of work on training in climate change. And as you can see, we've developed, as the second objective, we've developed education and training programs to promote more knowledge of climate change and its effects and what we need to do about it. These are just some of the documents that we've produced. Most of them are outside on our little stall there, so you can have a look and you can take some copies if you wish, like the Citizen's Guide to Climate Change, which we have also given to schools and translated into Creole. As you can see, we were also very much involved in supporting and maintaining the eco-school clubs. In fact, it was Michelle and myself back in the Ministry of Education in 1993 who started that. And then S4S backed it up. Our third objective, inspiring people to adopt sustainable lifestyles by promoting successful stories and demonstrating best practices. Some of our success stories: the development of community-based organizations. Over the early years of the 2000s, we set about establishing community-based organizations in a number of districts, and the ones that have survived are still there in Port-Glos, Belazar, Belombe. We also help the fishers in Belombe to build up their organization. We've produced booklets on how to set up community-based organizations. We've worked with many DAs and MNAs to help doing that. We're still working with them. The Val d'Andorre Smart Farm water project as well, that was with NGOs. The setting up of school gardens through the Eco School program, and collaborating with the media to showcase sustainable living. We've done many, many videos on waste and waste management and sustainable living, and we even once put on an advert about littering, and where the person who chucked the litter turned into a rat. by putting a mask of a rat face over their heads. SBC was not happy about it. They said people wouldn't like to be turned into rats. Well, in a way, that's what we like. And in 2016, we organized the first raft race from recycled materials. Look at that. They were plastic barrels, pallet wood from all the packaging that is brought into the country, bamboo, and also groups of people got together and built their rafts, and then they had a raft race. It was great fun. And this should be done again, but again, we have not been able to keep on. Further on, our other achievements, promoting renewable energy technologies and promoting the use of appropriate technologies to mitigate greenhouse gases. We have been advocating for solar and wind energy, promoting through advocacy, as I said, through promoting training programs and educational materials. The climate change strategy was something we worked on very much with the Department of Environment. We got solar kits for all schools. They should all be there still, hopefully. In 2016, this was a project funded by the Canadian Aid program. And we bought a solar kit for each school, primary and secondary, where the idea was to teach the students how solar energy worked, renewable energy. And we've been advocating with the tourism establishments, for example, to use solar panels, to put solar panels on their roofs, and to produce and use more renewable energy. However, I was telling the gentleman who was, did I press this? Yes, sorry. Who was on the panel just here, that it should be in the law that all large hotels, especially the ones that are built by external companies and so on, must have solar panels on their roof and produce their own reusable energy. Anyway. That is still something we're lobbying against. And then in 2019, we helped the National Assembly to do a sustainable audit so that they had a clearer idea of where they needed to change their ways. And they've got loads of solar panels on their roofs now. And we've done a kit for doing a sustainable audit, which we can help all of you, your organizations, to do sustainable audits on your premises. The sixth objective, engage in research that promotes social and ecological sustainability. We've done many, many research projects with various partners. Over the past 16 years, I will mention only a few of them. We've worked on a survey on waste and waste management in Seychelles in 2013, one of the very first, and it has had a lot of influence on the policies that developed subsequently. We've been working with the Technology University of Zurich, and also in partnership with UNICE here. Students join up from the ETH University and from UNICE, and together with S4S, on 4 research projects over a number of years. They've been doing it every 2 years. The first 2 were on waste management and how waste is produced and dumped here, and then how it can be used more renewably. And then also on transport, and the last one 2 years ago was on tourism, and sustainable tourism in particular. These reports are given to the different ministries and departments and so on, and there are still discussions as to how best to use. Yes, yes, in just 1 minute. We've done a report on noise in public places to try and, again, lobby government to do something about the loud music that is played on public beaches, and now more and more in cars on the public roads. Is getting to be a real nuisance. So we're working on that still. Climate change anxiety is a project that we're working on right now. There are one or two of you here who have been involved in this. We're doing a survey on what people actually think of climate change and how it will affect their lives. And then we are also working with Kiel University in Germany, and they're doing what do you call that? A long-term study on sea level rise. And if nobody wants to believe that it is happening, you'd better read those reports. The next one is this year. And so S4S will keep on promoting ESD and sustainable living because we have no other choice. We have to learn to live together sustainably since our survival as a species on this planet depends on its finite resources that we have to share, respect, and protect. We have no choice. So join us, contact us, and help us carry on with these objectives that we've got. Thank you very much. I think I kept you time. 15 minutes was what I was given.
Thank you very much, Dr. Purvis. Our next presenter is Mrs. Françoise Larry. She's the Board Secretary for Citizens Engagement Platform, CEPS. Mrs. Larry, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you are not that hungry, eh? Yeah. Là? Okay. Like she said, I'm Françoise from representing CEPS today. As you may all know, CEPS is an organization, is a platform for NGOs. We have around 100 members. Of course, not all NGOs in Seychelles is a member of CEPS, but for the time being, we are the platform. Like it is said, Education for Sustainable Development Conference. And we are very happy to just say a few words in this conference. The platform is driven by the mission. We are united and engaged as key partners in nation building through active dialogue, participation, and action. And I think this is quite a bit. We are already active. So for the last few years, we have been driven by these three priority areas. We thrive for a conducive environment for NGOs. And this is because we are always aiming to try and do things as a platform that will improve the life of NGOs, that will improve the way they thrive for them to be able to perform better. Secondly, we collect and gather statistics for the policy proposals, reviews, and optimization of resources. NGOs, we are in the grassroots. We are everywhere in the community. Sometimes we have found out that it is very necessary that we can pick up statistics so that we can define what we do, we can have the resources and everything that we need. It is important to say that most NGOs, we have to seek funding from different means. And nowadays, everywhere you go, if you want to apply for a project, everything, they will ask you for data. So we find it is very important that we start to collect data, not for our own use, but to be able to seek funding to do other things. Another thing that we do is we conduct national campaigns to facilitate NGOs' engagement from all sectors. And there you see, we put up the goals because, believe it or not, all NGOs in Seychelles, in one way or another, we work towards the SDGs. Sometimes we may know, or sometimes we don't know, but everything we do comes back to this. We are all engaged in the national priorities. So one project that we have worked on for quite a while is the National Grants Committee. This is a project that has been very important for SEPS because it was created way back in 2018 to replace the Civil Society Small Grants Program, which was conceptualized by the civil society. It was mandated to appraise all funding applications in relation to project proposals submitted by non-for-profit associations in compliance which meet the criteria of its policy aligning to the Sustainable Development Goals and the Seychelles national priorities. This grant helps a lot of NGOs in Seychelles. Actually, if the associations are in compliance, it is a way that most of them can get the funding for any project that they feel it is needed. And SEPS plays a very important role, not only by having this grant, but also by building NGOs, assist them with their project proposals, and also continue to teach NGOs how to write projects so that they can get the necessary funding. Another example is that we have several projects pertaining to the sustainable development driven by members from various sectors. We have mentioned a few here, not because the others are not important, but you see, as a platform, it is not possible for us to know even or to tell everybody about the details of all NGOs. But we've mentioned a few, like SLAM, Cécile Lit avec moi, because this NGO is by SAREP, a new form NGO, because it involves a lot of children, and through its networking, in everything that it does. And it has been on for not too long, but you will find, I am sure that all of you here in this room has heard about it. And there's a lot of children involved in it. Then another NGO, Survival Act Foundation. The Survival Act has been there since 2016. Again, it's a very popular NGO among kids and youth. It happens to be, I'm the founder member of Survival Act, and I happen to be the chairperson. And one of the main activities, and we do holiday camps every holiday since 2016. And this we do every day from 8 to 4, where children are kept in a safe place. But how we do that, we have programs for all of them. We have 4 programs for 4 to 12 years old, but we also have the adolescents involved in it, and of course facilitators. And there's a lot of teachers that assist us with this program. The aim of this program is to keep the children away from social ills, but we give them life skills, and we teach them about how to build their lives, how to become more sustainable in their everyday life. And environment is one of the programs that have been there for a long time, because the way we do it, we dedicate one holiday for a sector, for example. But as we are going along, we have also discovered that other sectors interlink. And we also have the School Empowerment Program by Hasso, which he's in the schools and he's in the public. Everybody knows Hasso. He's been there for over 20 years now with the HIV/AIDS programs. We have character building programs in the schools by UPF. We have a prefects empowerment program, which is being led by the Subsecretariat, and we have restoring of ecosystems by the Popular Trust on Prale, and it also has a few branches on Mae. And now there's the adopting greener lifestyle, which is becoming again very popular. But as SEPS, we are there to support all NGOs. And everything we do, we aim at helping them at large, how to prosper and to build up capacity building. The example 3 is we are empowering civil society to participate in voluntary national review, where we aim at including civil society on the committee and subcommittees. Seychelles' second voluntary national review report to the high-level political forum of the United Nations Economic and Social Council. This report is a collaborative effort of the collaboration between civil society and the government. Collective national endeavor to advance the Sustainable Development Goals and reflects our ongoing dedication to the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. So SEPS as a platform is very active in these kind of committees so as to push forward the civil society agenda as much as possible. And it is important to note that where we cannot go as a platform, we send out our representatives from different NGOs, of course, according to their objectives and their interest. And we also have the Open Government Partnership, and this is where there's a lot of things that goes on and a lot of ideas are taken or given. And it is also where civil society meet with other sectors in the government as a platform to share our ideas, but also to get feedbacks or to be able to push our NGOs for networking and to get grants or whatever they have to do. And for the past years, we have been doing this. This is a unique model ensuring that civil society organization or direct citizen engagement platform has a role in shaping and overseeing governments. Because it is very important that every one of us work together to do whatever we have to do as a citizens of Seychelles. And okay. We also have had various CSO manifestations. During the year, we have the NGO Week. We have forums where all our members come to work together, to contribute. We have conferences, and we have special programs. Like up to last year, we have a program called PC en Mouvement, and where we go into the community to help assist those people like fishermen, group them together to make them become a force so that they can be heard more easily. And also we commemorate different days. And it is at this point, because there we have the SEP empowerment, it is important for us to note that this year we have we have a grant with SECAT, the SEP, where we are building the capacity. The aim of this grant is to build the capacity of all our NGOs to help them develop projects so that they can become more sustainable. And we have started already with this project, and the focus is mainly on sustainability. And this is a program, I think, that it is very important, and SEPS as a platform is working more and more towards the SDG goals. So the vision is to be a credible and strong platform that engages strategically and systematically in the nation building. Okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Lally. And last but certainly not least, Geraldine Joubert from SPGA, Seychelles Parks and Gardens Authority. Thank you.
behind, yeah. 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 Correct. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. I know it's a bit late, so I won't be too long with our presentation. So I'm Geraldine from the Seychelles Parks and Gardens Authority. So a brief overview, our vision and our mission, for sure you know that our mandate is in line with protecting national parks, marine and terrestrial, as well as the designated gardens of Seychelles. So our main mandates are to implement conservation activities, conservation policies within the country. And within that, we have our commitments. So it's a long list of commitments, but to be short, first priority, of course, is conservation, creating a generation of future conservationists as well as bringing different economic activities within the parks and the gardens of Seychelles. In terms of ESD, we have different activities, events that we do in line with the Education for Sustainable Development. So raising public awareness, promoting sustainable choices, biodiversity conservation, and community engagement. So we are an organization that strongly believes in the power of social media. We do use that as one of our biggest mediums to raise awareness about conservation and sustainable practices and efforts. So we do mobilize different communities, local organizations, regionally and internationally. And we also do different campaigns in line with raising awareness about the importance of conservation, especially as a small island nation, and the different threats which we are facing in the different protected areas of Seychelles. In line with that as well, we do liaise a lot with the different communities, different institutions, just to contribute in different ways towards environmental conservation, protecting the flora and fauna and the marine ecosystems as well. So I will just go through a few of our main ESD activities we've had recently. So last year, we had the first ever Coral Festival in Seychelles. So the main aim behind this was to raise awareness about protecting the coral reefs. We know they play a major role in our economy for tourism, for conservation, and different other aspects. So what we did, we brought together different organizations, private and governmental, just so everyone can share exactly what they're doing in terms of coral reef preservation and restoration, because you know there's a lot going on, everyone's doing something. So we wanted this to be a celebration of the different efforts that are being done in the country itself through different projects. And we engage with different students from different schools, and we also engage a lot with the private sector, because we do know that conservation is an industry that does cost quite a bit. So by leveraging the private sector, we do get the opportunity to do different activities and educational events, which are able as well to reach wider audiences so that they know a little bit of what's going on. So what we do, as you can see in the second picture, it's coral outplanting. So we do try our best to involve participants in hands-on activities when it comes to conservation. So we do this quite a lot within the marine protected areas, where we allow them, of course, under the supervision of our staff, to participate in coral outplanting events. And over the last year, we've planted just under 1,000 coral fragments that will be on Mahe in Setan, Beteni Polone, and Curious Marine Park as well. And next week, we're planting another 500 coral fragments in Curious for Biodiversity Week. And this as well, we're involving different stakeholders across Mahe and Prale to join us for these activities. In terms of terrestrial experiences, we do our best to bring people outdoors. So for the trails, we offer many guided experiences, all tailored differently to our audience, what it is exactly that they may be requesting, or if it's done from us, who has initiated the program. We try our best to integrate information such as endemic plants, the issue we are facing with invasive alien species, And just to foster a deeper understanding and appreciation for nature in general, as well as promoting awareness for conservation. And in terms of terrestrial, we also went a little bit further. Last year, we launched the Seychelles Orchids Collection Greenhouse. So that greenhouse, it houses the different endemic orchids of Seychelles. So we know that orchids like to live in high altitude areas where people don't really have access to them. So we've brought this closer to the public. So at the Biodiversity Center at Babaon, we have our specialist, Mr. Dudet, who shares all this information about the use of orchids, how they grow, the different criteria which are required. And we do all this just to, we want people to plant these at home, I can say, but all done properly with the proper guidance of our team as well, just to ensure that there is preservation of these different species. In terms of marine experiences, like I mentioned, we do a lot of activities with the school students as well. I can see in the audience right now, we have students from the Perseverance School, we have the Bicentan School as well, who are very active with us in terms of different activities. So we do see that students are very engaged when it comes to these activities, especially planting activities. And we've also started snorkeling sessions with them. So it's not only we're taking them out to do cleanups, but we also spend the time to do guided snorkeling with them, where they can see and identify the different fish species, the different corals as well. So we take this moment to inspire them. We want to have more students involved in these different activities. So by doing this, we are able to demonstrate healthy environments to them, as well as showcasing the different mitigation and adaptation measures which we are implementing as an authority to deal with climate change issues. So yes, as I mentioned, the first photo on top, this will be from the anniversary celebrations of St. Anne Marine Park, which is our oldest marine protected area. So we do ensure that there is constant awareness about this protected area, being Seychelles' first MPA. So we are hoping to continue doing the works with the different schools who often come and do these different activities with us. And we also do environmental talks. So this is to nurture environmentally responsible citizens to contribute towards conservation. So this is often done regularly. We do it upon request, or we do it, we initiate it ourselves. And of course, we tailor it to the different age groups. And what we have seen from these different talks is that you get a lot of students who come up to us and they ask if they are able to join us for internships or join in different programs and activities. So with that, we have been able to devise certain internship programs and plans where students are able to join us. Maybe for 2 weeks they're with the marine operation team and they're doing field activities depending on their age, or sometimes they join our research section where they're able to participate in data collection, writing up different reports and things like that. So what we want to do at SPGA is to continue building the youth so that for future generations they are able to take up the different issues and be aware, most importantly, of the different climate change issues which we are facing and the efforts that must continue to preserve our natural ecosystems. And in closing, at SPGA, we continue to do our different conservation commitments and activities as we are mandated to do. So as I mentioned, we are conducting environmental programs in schools, and this is a year-long program, which we do not stop. During the school holidays, we do welcome students to different sites where they're able to participate in different activities. And we also welcome them to, we have a project called the Seychelles Green Footprint Project, where we're encouraging people to offset their carbon footprint by planting endemic plants. So this as well is a controlled project which we do within the Mont Seychelles National Park. We allow, depending on the frequent travel data, we are able to calculate approximately their carbon footprint, and based off of that, we calculate the number of plants which they need to plant to offset their carbon footprint. And we also promote eco-friendly tourism and responsible visitor behavior. So as you know, our parks are very well frequented by visitors, so we do our best to educate them about best practices within the park. And even with business operators, we've developed a code of best practices for them in terms of mooring within the marine parks, waste disposal, how this should be done in a correct manner. So we're always doing our best to educate the public, educate our different stakeholders on how they should behave within protected areas. And our research team, like I mentioned, they are doing a lot in terms of research and scientific data. Our research team is also a team of very young scientists, so all Seychelles. So we are all doing our bits to ensure that conservation and the protected areas last for quite a long time within Seychelles. For future generations, we want it to be there, and we're doing our best to preserve these ecosystems. So with that, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Geraldine. Would anyone have any questions? Okay, it is now lunchtime. Lunch will be served in the cafeteria of UNICE. We have 45 minutes for lunch, and please take this time to visit the exhibition and do your health test as well if you'd like. From 1:45 to 2:30, we will be having experiments in the Berry Lab, an environmental education center for students and teachers. The Ministry of Education and their officers will meet you outside the cafeteria to allocate you to your groups for this activity. And other invitees are invited to visit the exhibition and visit the student lounge right outside in the lobby area for the health screening and health promotion activities. At 2:30, we will be having a beach cleanup with us, Pali. So I realized I didn't say my name even in the beginning. My name is Alvania. I'm country director for Pali for the Oceans, and Jessica in the room is the country coordinator for Pali for the Oceans. We will be showing you our presentation very hands-on. So we will be going to Ansoyal Beach behind the bazaar. We're gonna do a beach cleanup, and we will meet at 2:30 outside the auditorium. We would like to thank everyone for your presence and active participation in today's conference, and we believe that it was a memorable and very insightful one. As a token of appreciation for staying this long, we would like to give you all a mug, ESD branded mug. There will be environmental officers outside to hand you your token. All the school teachers and school kids have already been given their gift, so for the other invitees. And that's it. Have a pleasant afternoon, bon appétit, and do continue to participate and support ESD for the years to come. Thank you.
Please make sure you come for lunch. This one? Yeah, in the cafeteria, yeah.
Finiment, finiment. C'est bon, c'est bon. C'est bon, c'est bon.